Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Adesso visualizziamo che Chenrezig entra dentro di noi e che diventiamo di un solo sapore con lui. E questa grande gioia, questa grande energia esce dal nostro corpo e va a guarire ed aiutare continuamente tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. Mentre leggiamo appunto la pratica con forza, coraggio e determinazione, e pensiamo che sono molto molto grati tutti quanti, gioiscono di questa grandissima forza che gli mandiamo e sentiamoci molto consapevoli che siamo all'interno di una preghiera che è stata voluta e indetta appunto dal Dalai Lama e dalla Lama Zopa e che sta andando avanti per tantissime settimane. Facciamo parte di un karma collettivo molto potente, molto di grandissimo valore. E vi riporto le parole di Lama Zopa che dice: zilioni di grazie a tutti quelli che partecipano. Quindi sentiamoci anche onorati di fare parte di questo karma collettivo, anche con i nostri difetti, le nostre omissioni, soprattutto per me. Però insomma ce la mettiamo tutti per essere qui, giusto? Quindi leggiamo con forza, coraggio, determinazione, perché siamo felici. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma, dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani. Con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche, preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, delle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, delle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo e la mente di un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Recitiamo ancora una mala di mantra pensando di emanare tantissima luce, amore e compassione verso tutti gli esseri dei 6 reami. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani. In questo modo ci colleghiamo con la frequenza alta, con la giusta vibrazione che in questo momento ci renderà capaci di entrare nel cambiamento e di essere in sintonia con tantissime persone che vogliono un mondo migliore. E quindi pensiamo che siamo in tantissime, emaniamo luce, amore in tutti gli universi, fino a diventare un vero e proprio universo parallelo. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani. Abituiamoci a entrare nella alta frequenza, in una vibrazione superiore, e pensiamo che siamo in tantissimi che vogliono questo cambiamento, il cambiamento del risveglio. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Abituiamoci a essere luce, amore, compassione. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Om mani per me, om mani per me, possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie acute croniche, no, potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 re supremi, con il potere delle dachine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma, dei suoi risultati, possano tutte queste molte dediche, preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 re supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma, dei suoi risultati, possano tutte queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalla malattia, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 re supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei suoi guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma, dei suoi risultati, Possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Siamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna e che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Pensiamo in particolare a tutti i malati di Covid e pensiamo che ce ne sono tantissimi nei paesi, in India, Filippine, in Romania. Pensiamo che oltre al Covid soffrono anche a causa delle infezioni, a causa dell'acqua, per esempio in India, vicino a Sarnath, acqua avvelenata, e quindi ci sono tante epatiti. Pensiamo quindi a tutto il personale sanitario, alle infermiere, ai dottori, a tutto il personale sanitario degli ospedali, dei laboratori, delle case di riposo e dei centri di salute mentale. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo a tutte le persone che sono morte in questo periodo e tutte le persone che stanno morendo, perché possano avere un aiuto concreto da parte di tutte il karma che hanno sperimentato durante la vita. Possa la luce, l'amore, la compassione aiutarli in questo delicato momento per avere una giusta rinascita. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo anche a tutti quelli che sono i maestri elementari, i maestri delle scuole, perché possono essere saggi a applicare etica e dare conforto oltre che curriculum a tutti gli studenti. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani. Pensiamo ai politici perché possano prendere le decisioni giuste per tutti gli uomini della terra. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Al venerabile George Curino che possa avere, e a Cesare perché possano superare la malattia, a tutti, tutto il Sangha, a tutti i compagni di Dharma, perché possano avere sempre sforzo entusiasta e non mollare mai, ma essere sempre uniti nella grande forza dell'amore. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. e nella giusta vibrazione. Un mani per me, un mani per me, un mani per me, un mani per me, un mani per me. A tutti i nostri maestri, perché possano avere lunga vita e continuare a elargire consigli preziosi per la nostra pratica del Dharma. Un mani per me, 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 un mani per me. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separati, appunto, da guru perfetti. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai neppure per un secondo dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrappa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei due stati nelle suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato da tutti gli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possa tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dell'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi, per avere una condotta pura. Affinché il sentiero del Dharma del re del Dharma Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti gli esseri, i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati, tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti, dei tre tempi, di me stesso e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrappa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo modo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri esaudirsi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che funge da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi, diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Magnonato, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie di tutto, grazie soprattutto per esserci. Ci vediamo la prossima settimana e diamo la parola al centro Chenrezig Institute.
Grazie, Venerable.
Hi.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Hello.
Hello.
Margot's doing technical.
Who's this?
Margot.
Margot.
Mm.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, so we take a few moments to settle in the present moment, placing our thoughts onto the natural inhalation and exhalation of our breath. And those of you who has been participating the earlier sessions, then just simply try to remain the flow of the focus, the meditation, the virtues infused, present in the being. Now take a few moments to visualize the compassionate Buddha in the aspect of precious, the root guru, like here, like Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, like His Holiness Dalai Lama, or your individual root gurus, on top of your crown, who is embodiment of compassionate Buddha Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of numberless past, present, future Buddhas' compassion. Who is holding all the enlightened qualities. Who is also oneness, or the one taste with all the lineage gurus of this practice of Thangtong Gyalpo. And surrounded by all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, deities, Dakatakinis, Dharmapalas, so there, now we take, we refresh our refuge. First, try to actualize irreversible faith and conviction in the object of refuge. Then after that, according with the practice sadhana, while we are reciting the refuge prayer, then we refresh our refuge practice. Since that this practice is especially guided, inspired, advised by our most precious Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So therefore, if we can visualize the center of the refuge field, the Guru that we have just actualized on top of your crown, if we are able to do that in the aspect of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and since this practice is especially fulfilling precious Guru's holy wishes, and during the recitations of the Om Mani Padme Hum, and throughout the sadhana, when we do the visualizations of light rays and the nectar, which is one of very powerful tool where we bring or the drive the blessings, the protections, the healings, from the object of refuge or object of merit field. And if this is especially centering through root guru, then the practice is going to be most powerful. In particularly in relation to this practice, it will be most powerful if we are able to visualize Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the center of the merit field or center of the refuge field. The Nirvana Kaya, the guru aspect of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whatever image that we are familiar with, and not just in the form of picture or just imagine image, but then try to have a mental image of being absolute, real Kyabje Rinpoche reciting on top of our crown, and who is carrying, who is adorned with all the major and minor marks of the enlightened one, who manifesting from every pose, every existence of Rinpoche's being is illustrations of numberless past, present, future Buddhas' qualities. And those qualities and those realizations and those enlightened blessings channel through infinite light rays to ourselves and to entire numberless sentient being. And in particularly, this practice is initiated or advised by Rinpoche to heal the pandemic crisis. So therefore, the light rays specifically shine on the entire humanity without any discriminations, like how the sun shines without any discriminations in every object, similar way. So then during the recitation of the mantra, we can do the general understanding of purification practice, like how we learn from Vajrasattva practice, the three type of purification meditations. We can also engage that. But here the meditation of deity is Chenrezig, and who is manifesting in the Nirvana Kaya aspect of Guru form, Rinpoche. Or simply through light rays and nectar, just purifying the entire pandemic, entire sufferings, and its causes, the karma and the delusion of entire numberless sentient beings. Then, like the light rays, like the hook or the like a hand, and lead all sentient beings to the state of freedom from all these sicknesses, all these challenges, and abide them in the state of no more suffering, no more causes and conditions of suffering, the state of Guru Buddha, the Chenrezig. So when we recite the first line, then also try to generate altruistic motivation. All sentient beings, my mother, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidam, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. So try to reinforce the stable refuge practice, then as well as the altruistic the intention for this practice. So now we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, and while reciting, do the visualization, the lights and nectar flow, and bring about the healing and abiding all sentient beings in the state of Guru Chenrezig. So we will recite about few malas. Then after that, again we go back to the recitation of the refuge and bodhisattva practice. Then again recite the mantra. And so we will do a few rounds. That. Then after that, then we will do the dedication at the end. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Yeah, I think we don't have much time, so we will do the dedication. Then again, we go back and do the few rounds of like that. So when we do the dedication, in particularly here, Rinpoche have already done extensive, dedications to overcome this pandemic crisis. So on top of whatever extensive dedication that one individually does, then especially whatever which I have dedicated for us to conduct these practices, all those aspirations and prayers and wishes of which be fulfilled instantly without delaying even a moment, by clearing all the inner outer secret obstacles and actualizing all the inner outer secret conducive conditions. May all the disease that sadden the mind of the sentient beings that result from the karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of the graha spirit, illness, and bhutas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening disease that, like the butcher leading an animal to the slaughter, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied being be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied being be unharmed by the 84,000 classes of the interferers and 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and the mind have radiance and power and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Guru and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma practitioners, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of ineffability of the karma and its result, may all this dedication and prayer be fulfilled. So we will do another round. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme. May all the diseases that saddened by the mind of sentient beings, the result of the karma and the temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirit, illness, and Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to the slaughter, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of those names terrifying beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of the Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 84,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and the mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and the mind have a radiance and power and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the inevitability of the karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we do another round. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like a space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the yidams, and the dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om mani beme ho, 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 om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 Omani beme 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 So we do the dedication. May all the disease that saddened by the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like the butcher leading an animal to the slaughter, separate the body from the mind mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose name terrify beings as though they had been placed in the mouth of Yama, the Lord of the Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 84,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and the mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and the mind have radiant the power and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of inalienability of the karma and the result, may all this dedication and prayer be fulfilled. So now we do a short general dedication prayer. First, we will do the bodhicitta, then emptiness, then unification of great bliss and emptiness, tantra, then long life prayer of His Honesty Chenrezig Dalai Lama, then Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. O Chanjo Semjo Rinpoche, Maje Panam Ge Yuje, Jewa Nyamba Meba Yang, Gone Gondo Pevrasho, Tonye Dawa Rinpoche, Maje Panam Ge Yuje, Jewa Nyamba Meba Yang, Gone Gondo Pevrasho. Rinye Dawa Rinpoche, Maje Panam Ge Yuje, Jewa Nyamba Meba Yang, Gone Gondo Pevrasho. Karerawe Gove Shingamde, Pendande Wa Male Juene, Chenrezig Tenzin Gyalpo Ye, Shabe Sede Badu Tenjuro. Tozo Janje Jango Jave Den, Zinjo Bebe Kuzo Doboje, Chosung Gove Leme Duduba, Daso Duje Gundu Shabden. Jambe bawe jeta jemba dan gundo zambo deya deshinje deda guje jesu dalo je jawa deda tamje rabdo ngo tesun shebe jawa tamje de ngo gangla chudo ngaba de daje jebe zawa de zambo jeje rabdo ngo warai ye. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, anyone who joined. That was Geshe Zopa. So, although recording, it's always nice to get a bit of the Tibetan vibe in as well. And so, yes, it's thank you very much, everyone who's joined the session. I think Augusta is here. Tina was there. So, thank you very much. We do half an hour on this slot. So for me, it's coming to the end of the day. In some parts of the world, you might just be sort of finished your breakfast, or you're about to go to lunch, or depending. So it's nice to start thinking about what we want from the day, how we perform through the day, and look back at the day. And so therefore, it's quite nice to look at 3 levels of motivation. So we take a moment just to take a few deep breaths. Today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, or mind. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. So it's quite nice to think about, what it actually says, as much as possible. So we do what we can. We do according to our skill level. And if we're still trying to improve our skill level, we have to accept that we may make mistakes. But then we acknowledge those mistakes and try to rectify them as we make them. So that's the easiest way of looking at it. And it also allows us a little bit of flexibility rather than the rigidity. Today, unless I do 100% correct, or failure, why would you want to put that pressure on you? So which is quite nice in the wording. Today, as much as possible. We will do what we can. We do our hardest. And we can always look back. So halfway through the day, how did we perform during the morning? What went well? What could we change? And then we set the parameters for the afternoon. And then in the evening, we can look back and check, how did the afternoon go compared to the morning? What did we improve on? What can we still improve on? And did we meet roughly, what we set out to do? So, and then we can build up on that. The more we practice these things to be of benefit and to be patient with others and recognize that others like us, other beings like us, just wish to be happy. Happy, be respected, thought of correctly, treated well, spoken to in a polite manner. So we're all really in the business of a long and happy life, getting on with everyone, not having to worry about a thing, not to worry what other people think about us. So let's make this one count. So if you visualize in the space in front of us, our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. And those of you with the right initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. Anyone who's joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone taking part who's uncomfortable in visualizing deities, then just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all beings. All beings, that's the important bit. Not one left out. We don't differentiate. All beings, even those we think of as our enemies, agitators, whatever you want to call them. Ultimately they only seek happiness. It's just we sometimes fail to see that, or we fail to understand their suffering, or appreciate their suffering. If it's something they do to us, then we can always look at what have we done to contribute to that situation, and how we can change that situation to bring happiness to beings. So if we visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light being finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, light enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. Atom by atom, well washed away, burned away, cleansed away, polished away. Thorough deep clean of our system. So if you think about how wonderful that feels, and then you look around and we can see that all other sentient beings feel exactly the same, feel the bliss of being pure again, whole again. And if we understand that that is really the essence of all of us, that wish of long-lasting happiness free from suffering, what can we do to contribute to that glorious feeling? Why would we want to be the ones that spoil the party? You wouldn't tolerate anyone spoiling your party. If you go to birthday or other celebrations, you would hope that everybody's happy and not drag the mood down. So why would we want to do that through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, like we have done over past lifetimes? So we acknowledge that we have made mistakes, and we ask Mother Sentient Beings for forgiveness, and make the promise that from now on, as we set out, we wish to engage in actions that are wholesome and beneficial to our Mother Sentient Beings. May I benefit of, today as much as possible. May I benefit all sentient beings. And we do, we keep carrying on, practicing those deeds. Be just giving somebody a smile, opening a door, checking on a neighbor, offering somebody a seat. Whatever you can do. Whatever is in your means. And with that motivation, we go to the Guru for refuge, and we ask our Mother Sentient Beings to join us. So as we invite our Mother Sentient Beings, think of your voice as the sound of a bell that reaches across the universe in all the 6 realms. And it really calls them, come and join us, take refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all mother sending beings to join us, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying. And more of our true nature, Buddha nature, is being revealed. And atom by atom, and space between those atoms begin to glow from the light that we absorb. We begin to radiate light back to the Guru and all mother sentient beings. We exchange ourselves with the Guru and others, who likewise exchange himself with the Guru and other beings. We all become one with the Guru, we become one with one another. And as we say now to benefit all mother sentient beings, as we go on to recite the Mani mantra, may we recall that Om represents body, speech, and mind in the state we're in right now, but it also represents the holy aspect of the Guru, body, speech, and mind. In order to transform our body, speech, and mind into that of the holy aspect, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion. Mani and Padma combine those in Om. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with the Guru and all mother sentient beings. And we will combine the Mani mantras for prayers for each of the 6 realms. So, and we do 1 mala for each of the realms. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig, I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig, I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig, I pray to you, Great Refuge and Protector Chenrezig, to you I pray, Loving Protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha. For all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, and to endure unbearable torments, there is no other refuge than you, Great Protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the realm of hell. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits or hungry ghosts. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born in the realm as an animal. May all beings who are afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and darkness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of design, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains of due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Throughout my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra, Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of those praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We can do 3 recitations. Time for that. A slight different take in this session, but it's sometimes nice to vary your practice a little bit. Otherwise, it's easy to become stale. And also go with the flow that you have within. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of classmates, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sign of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm me, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as storms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the asana of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time, really, from the bottom of your heart. May all those who are sick be restored to good health. May those who have entered the bardo or about to enter the bardo be reborn under favorable conditions. May all those who experience hardships of various sources be given whatever resources are required to escape those hardships and be reinstated into a state of happiness that is free of suffering. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as storms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of their keys, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Dedications, that's okay. May we dedicate to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they live long and healthy lives, meet the Dharma, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we be the ones who enables them to do all this. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive and preserving the integrity of the Dharma and the traditions, particularly the Tibetan tradition, for many, many generations to come. May all our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the teachings and virtuous friends, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we share their company in future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters in the lay community who so freely give their time, expertise, and financial support to Dharma centers, Dharma events, and charitable projects for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May they live long and healthy lives and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate our precious Gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May he remain with us for many, many more years to come, and may we always be guided by his wisdom, love, and compassion for all sentient beings. How fortunate we are to be alive in human form, to be able to access his teachings in this life. May we plant the seeds for future lifetimes to be compassionate beings and find enlightenment swiftly. Now, His Holiness the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we one day see him be reunited with his people in Tibet. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who tasked us with these practices of Thangtong Gyalpo, in order to benefit mother sentient beings during these difficult times. And by doing so, has not only deepened our understanding of these practices, and put them to good use, but also enable us to grow as a community of Sangha and also as a community of practitioners around the world. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life. May we always be guided by his wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. Due to these merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world and all dangers of earth, what I find, be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kawe jingam de apenda deva malu jungwele Chenrezig Gyalpo yi shape site badu tengyu hochi. Tupsil chang jingyam gyangyawe tenzing kampawe kunzo do kote choksong kawe lek muntudu pahadak sok duje gundu shaten sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me, and all the people that joined me on YouTube and on Zoom and wherever you are. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much to all the wonderful Sangha for the past nearly 70 weeks of support. And let's have a look. Who have we got here? We got Venerable Fabio. Hello.
Hello,
welcome back, brother.
How are you? Thank you.
We got John here. Hello, John. We got Paloma here. Hello, Venerable Paloma.
Yeah. We introduce you to Juan Yurba.
Oh.
He's Spanish, living in Barcelona.
That's very kind of you. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't disappoint. You know, I was thinking about one of the photos you shared, Fabio.
Thank you.
It's the one, you know, the lady in the blue dress.
I don't know. Who?
Yeah,
Sí, en el Facebook.
Yeah, you shared a photo
okay.
from Awana. I didn't say you were in a blue dress, but there was, you said, oh, hello, Begonia, hello, how are you? And you said sort of, oh yeah, you know, do you know first glance who she reminded me of?
Who?
Is it Paquita?
No.
You know, first glance I thought like, he's pulling my leg.
No, it's very, it's
I will show you one picture of Paquita. I will show you. It's so funny.
That lady is very similar, but it's not Paquita.
No, I didn't say it was. I thought like, but really? I did double check.
Probably she's not in this world yet, no.
¿Quién? Paquita del barrio, yo creo que sí que está viva. Dices la señora de azul, ¿no?
The woman of my picture.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I didn't enlarge it. She's sort of like, you know, so she reminded me of that, you know. But yeah, it's that Cuban flavor, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, probably.
Anyway, listen. I'll let you crack on. I'll see you the other side.
Okay.
Much love.
Okay.
See you in half an hour. Bye-bye.
See you.
Fabio, explica al personal lo de Paquita.
No, es que puse una foto en mi Facebook hace unos días, una foto que precisamente ahora cumple como 30 años o 31 años, ¿no? Era antes de haber encontrado el Dharma y todo eso. Y en la foto sale una señora que es muy similar, físicamente incluso, la verdad es que no había caído, pero ahora que lo dicen, a Paquita, la del barrio.
Que era un poquito más gordita, creo que era gordita y eso, así.
Sí, no, y esta también.
Muy folclórica.
Era curiosa también. Pero Idancho le siente mucha simpatía por Paquita, la del barrio, la cantante mexicana, a los que saludamos, por cierto, que se están conectando ahora, porque en una ocasión...
¿Está conectando Paquita, la del barrio, o la otra?
Ahora de Paquita, la del barrio, porque en una ocasión... Damcho puso en el boletín este que hace cada semana, puso una cita de una canción de Paquita la del barrio y le dio...
No lo sabía yo.
Sí, sí, un contenido de Dharma.
Rata inmunda, a ver qué contenido de Dharma tiene Paquita del
Bueno,
Barrio, lo tendrás que especificar porque eso es bien difícil, ¿eh?
Eso es lo que él desarrollaba. Incluso cuando nos conectamos ese sábado a las 9
Ya
nos
estuvimos
lo preguntó. Sí, sí, sí. Y
Ay,
bueno,
qué risa, como que
y
no la del
viendo las canciones de esta mujer, pues es difícil que no tengan ese vocabulario tan directo,
tan peculiar.
Por eso cuando él vio la foto se pensó que era... Y no,
Paquita
no,
la del Barrio.
no tengo el gusto.
Tampoco. Ay, qué risa.
Bueno, pues vamos a empezar. Buenas
Y
noches
voy
a
a poner
todos.
la oración, voy a cerrar, vale.
Bienvenido Juan Yurba. Bueno, ya estuviste hace un par de sábados conmigo por la
Uy, ya.
noche también. Y...
¿Y a mí no me saludas o qué?
Y a ti, no solo saludarte, sino agradecerte la sustitución del sábado pasado. Muchas gracias.
Ay, qué
Espero que fuera bien. Pues vamos a seguir entonces. Continuamos generando una motivación lo más altruista posible. Para ello, bueno, pues podemos imaginar que a nuestro alrededor se encuentran todos los seres en una forma general, o bien imaginando, visualizando que a la derecha se encuentra nuestro padre, a nuestra izquierda nuestra madre. Si te sientes cómodo con esa visualización. Detrás de nosotros, a nuestra espalda, se encuentran los seres más cercanos, más queridos. Hijos, nietos, amigos, compañeros, incluyendo a nuestros animales, nuestras mascotas. Y frente a nosotros sitúas a esas personas o persona con la que estás teniendo problemas o has tenido problemas en el pasado. Aprovechas y los incluyes en tu práctica, sanando tu visión y tu percepción de ellos, tu relación con ellos, por la fuerza de la práctica y del Dharma. Alrededor se encuentran todos los seres del universo, todos los seres que llenan los reinos, que conforman el samsara. Ahí están todos los humanos, dioses, semidioses, animales de todas clases, pretas, seres de sufrimiento extremo, e incluimos a los seres del bardo, a los seres que han entrado en el estado intermedio en los últimos 49 días. Los visualizamos a nuestro alrededor sintiendo que estamos haciendo esta práctica por ellos, como si los estuviéramos guiando a la preciosa iluminación. Utilizando esa visualización como soporte, genera la preciosa mente de la bodhicitta. Pensando que todo lo que hay de bueno en nuestra vida proviene de los demás, empezando por la propia vida. Y todo lo que hay de malo proviene de nuestra actitud egocéntrica. Así es que lo mejor que podemos hacer con nuestra vida, con esta vida, es dedicarla para y por los demás, al servicio de los demás, como podamos, según nuestras capacidades, según nuestras creencias, pero ponerla al servicio de los demás, para aliviar su sufrimiento, para llevarlos a la iluminación. Medita así unos momentos. Y para conseguir ese logro, que en realidad es muy ambicioso, que es muy grande, el llevar a todos los seres a la preciosa iluminación, cuando en realidad en nuestra mente está llena de engaños aún y de oscurecimientos y de karma negativo, necesitamos la inspiración, la guía y la protección de alguien que ya haya conseguido ese estado. Ese alguien son las tres joyas, son todos los budas. es el Dharma y es la Arya Sangha, todos los cuales los visualizas en el espacio frente a ti, en el aspecto, en la forma de Guru Chenrezig, de Guru Avalokitesvara, en el aspecto que te sea más cómodo, 2 brazos, 4, 1000, de pie, sentado como tú quieras, sobre un loto soliduna, pero irradiando una gran cantidad de luz, mirándote y sonriéndote. Y tú te sientes tremendamente acogido, acogida, protegida. Sientes la misma experiencia o tienes la misma sensación que la que tiene un niño pequeño frente a su madre o su padre amorosos, o la que tienes frente a tu guru cuando le ves. Nada malo puede pasar. Contemplamos esa experiencia tanto como podamos, alegrándonos, regocijándonos de poder estar meditando, de poder estar creando causas que benefician a los seres. Y pensando así, tomas refugio en tu nombre y en el de todos los seres que te rodean. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Sentimos así que ya estamos bajo la protección y la guía de las 3 joyas y a través de Guru Avalokitesvara del resto de Budas y Bodhisattvas y del supremo campo de méritos. Ahora imaginamos que del corazón de Guru Chenrezig en el espacio frente a nosotros comienza a surgir luz y néctar que como una lluvia de bendiciones cae sobre nosotros y todos los seres que nos rodean. Y mientras recitamos su mantra, sentimos que el poder de esa luz, de ese néctar, que se introduce en nuestro cuerpo, purificando cuerpo, palabra y mente, y el de todos los seres, aumenta su poder. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Ahora hacemos las recitaciones de la oración del Mahasiddha y recordamos que Rinpoche aconseja mirar la imagen de Thangtong Gyalpo, que ahora está en pantalla, mientras se recita la oración. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu y en un solo instante no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Para hacer la dedicación de esta primera recitación, venerable Begoña, si quieres hacerla tú.
Pues sí, me gustaría dedicarla para que cesen todos los desastres naturales, no solamente el volcán de La Palma que está haciendo estragos, sino también todas las inundaciones aquí en España y en otros países del mundo, y que cese la pandemia, sobre todo que se pueda controlar en Brasil, en Estados Unidos y en India.
Vale, y en Rusia, que está fatal, está desatada la
Sí.
cosa, están en más de 1000 muertos diarios.
¡Ay, qué
Como
horror!
los
No lo
peores
sabía.
momentos. Sí, sí,
No lo
está fatal,
sabía.
fatal. Y
Qué
en cuanto
fuerte.
a los desastres naturales, no sé si os habéis enterado que en el norte de India y Nepal ha habido riadas e inundaciones que van más allá de 200 fallecidos. Así es que pedimos por ellos también.
Sí.
Gracias, Bego. Vale, hacemos la segunda entonces. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la Muerte. Que puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Venerable Paloma, si quieres hacer la dedicación de la segunda recitación, por favor.
Ok, bueno, pues para que tanto nosotros como nuestros familiares, todos los seres, en esta y en todas nuestras vidas futuras volvamos a encontrar maestros Mahayana plenamente cualificados, podamos recibir el Dharma inequívoco y practicando aquello que complace al amigo virtuoso, logremos rápidamente la iluminación. Y que todos los centros de Dharma, así como todas las instituciones que ayudan a los seres, tengamos siempre todas las condiciones propicias a todos los niveles para poder continuar ofreciendo el beneficio a los seres.
Gracias. Hacemos la tercera recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Venerable Joan, si quieres hacer una dedicación de esta recitación, por favor.
Vale. Bien, estamos aquí siguiendo los consejos de Lama Zopa Rinpoche y lo hacemos con una intención de ayudar a todos los seres. Entonces dedicamos para que se cumplan todas las intenciones de nuestro maestro, de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, y especialmente que sea esta una ocasión para que nuestras mentes se purifiquen, para que no sigamos todas las ilusiones que le generamos por la ignorancia y que realmente se cumpla la energía y tenga resultados la energía de la bodhicitta que nosotros generamos. Gracias.
Gracias a ti. Muy bien. Y venerable Drolma, que es una alegría verte, pero no sé si podrás añadir o querrás añadir algo. Si no, no te preocupes, nos añadimos a tus oraciones personales y si puedes, fenomenal.
Que todos los santos deseos de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, de su santidad, puedan manifestarse y que podamos siempre seguir con una correcta devoción al Guru y ser capaces de subyugar nuestras aflicciones que causan todos estos karmas, que producen pandemias y todo el sufrimiento.
Muy bien, gracias. Pues también dedicamos en especial por toda la Sangha, sobre todo aquella que más lo necesite. Nos acordamos de venerable Cesare Tardo, de venerable Nerea Basurto, de venerable Drolma, que está aquí con nosotros para que su recuperación sea muy rápida, y de toda la Sangha que necesite, que esté en problemas, que precise de cualquier medio económico, de sustento espiritual, emocional, para poder seguir haciendo retiro, para traducir, para vivir sus votos puramente. Nos acordamos de todos ellos. También haz tus propias dedicaciones personales, todos aquellos que estéis en YouTube por unos momentos. Y pedimos por la larga vida de todos nuestros maestros. Hoy las vamos a hacer en español porque ya vamos un poquito pillados de tiempo y hay que hacer algunos anuncios. Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Thangtong Gyalpo, te suplico que tengas una larga vida y que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Hacemos la de Lama Zopa Rinpoche pidiendo lo mismo, que pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser larga, firme y estable. Y recordamos que justo estos días se cumple el 3er aniversario de la visita de Rinpoche a Madrid. Hace 3 años estábamos con él en Madrid, que nos dio la iniciación de Sita Zapata. Así es que pedimos que esto se repita muy, muy, muy pronto. En Madrid, si puede ser. Posees la ética del... Es que nos viene mejor a todos por estar en el ejemplo. Por eso lo mismo.
De verdad.
Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las 3 joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y por último dedicamos los méritos. Que por los méritos de estas acciones virtuosas alcance rápidamente el estado de un Buda maestro y lleve a todos los seres sin excepción a ese estado iluminado. Que la suprema joya de la bodhicitta que no ha nacido surja y crezca y que la que ya ha nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente en sí. Pues muy bien, muchísimas gracias a todos. Nos seguimos viendo el sábado que viene por la mañana con Venerable Paloma y le doy la palabra a ella porque será la que mejor explique un poquito, aunque es todavía por encima, el programa para el próximo día 27, día de la Babduchen.
¿Cómo estás, Rolma? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo tienes los ojitos? ¿No se te oye? Tienes que abrir.
Bien, recuperándome, Bego, bien.
Ok.
Bueno, pues entonces lo del programa, ya sabéis que es uno de los 4 días especiales del calendario budista en los que los méritos se multiplican por 100 millones, también los deméritos. Entonces es un buen día para acumular virtud e intensificarnos. Y entonces el programa que hemos puesto en marcha para este fin es, los que queráis podéis uniros, es tomar los preceptos a las 7 de la mañana, luego de 7 a 7 y media, no, de 7 a 7 y media tomar los 8 preceptos Mahayana para aquellos que ya tenéis la transmisión oral, lo hacemos a través de Zoom. Luego de 8 menos cuarto a 8 y cuarto haremos la recomendación de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, el método para cultivar una vida de para transformar una vida de sufrimiento en felicidad, que está la bendición de la palabra y la motivación. Y luego a las 8 y media, de 8 y media a 9 y media más o menos, pues haremos la recitación de sutras y Thangtong Gyalpo. Todo esto pues participarán también Venerable Bego, Fabio, y nos repartiremos como en otras ocasiones las recitaciones. Y luego a la 1 conectamos con Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que va, gracias a la bondad del centro de Singapur, va a bendecir y consagrar las estatuas que llegan al centro de las taras y por supuesto que dará instrucciones, enseñanzas, alguna transmisión oral y se va a traducir al castellano. Y por la tarde, para los que queráis, con Geshe Lamsan hacemos la puya de la machopa y ofrecimiento del sok. Os he puesto, que no sé si sigue ahí, el enlace se va, no sé si sigue en el YouTube
Yo creo que cuando uno está conectado no puede colgar nada, cosas en YouTube.
Bueno, pues yo qué sé, pues yo lo he puesto ahí, pero bueno, la mayoría ya lo conocéis, pero y si no, pues entráis en la página web de Valencia en el calendario o se lo pedís a cualquiera de nosotros, Fabio, Begoña y yo sobre todo, y os los pasamos en los programas, ¿vale? Y nada, pues nos vemos el miércoles entonces, ¿eh?
Muy bien, y yo quiero resaltar que va a haber, que el plato fuerte de ese día va a ser las enseñanzas de Lama Zopa Rinpoche desde Singapur y que gracias a la amabilidad de Paloma que se va a prestar a traducir al castellano, pues va a haber traducción. Entonces, si podéis, a la 1 de la tarde, no desaprovechéis la ocasión de escucharlo.
Claro que sí.
Él lo que va a hacer es una consagración de las 21 taras, de las 21 estatuas de Tara que llegan al centro de Singapur, pero ese centro lo ha hecho extensivo a todo el mundo, la participación.
Así es.
Y dará enseñanzas, que siempre da enseñanzas.
Claro, por eso.
El
por
rato.
Eso,
o sea,
por eso.
Muy bien. Pues
bueno,
nada,
pues muchísimas gracias.
Vale,
gracias a todos.
Cuídate, Drolma, cuídate.
Gracias,
Ciao,
Juan. Gracias,
Hola,
Norma.
Dancho. Hello.
Hello, Dancho.
Again.
So,
Another time.
can I just ask you all to stay on Zoom before you all switch off?
Of course.
Yes, one photo. You want one photo, right?
Well, that is why I think we're missing Drolma.
No.
Let me zip out.
No, Drolma
No,
is
no,
there.
Drolma is there.
I can see her on the
No te
screen.
vayas,
though. Maybe
Drolma.
if I put
No
a different.
vayáis nadie. A ver.
Because I mean that's quite nice if you get all, if you can do another screenshot like that. But what I really wanted to say, okay, let's see the photo.
Ok, vamos a hacer la foto. Venga, todos sonreír, yo hago la foto. A ver, sonreír. A
Sí,
ver.
sí, que inspiran mucho, la verdad.
La voy a hacer así.
Funny faces.
Ya está,
Excellent.
I did.
Good.
Ahora algo más nos va a anunciar. Ok,
But what I wanted to say,
Yes.
the Spanish crew and myself, we have been handing over since day one.
Yes.
Either I was slightly in front or I was taking over in here. And I think that gave us an extra special connection.
Yes.
But what I really noticed, and it sort of just slapped me today, I always commented on that wonderful family feel that you as a community have, with the support you have online and the ones, you do here. But what I really felt was really nice when you also said you brought Juan along to introduce him, so welcome. But it's seeing that there's so many of you, Fabio, Juan, Paloma, Begonia, and Droma, yet you all take an active part in these prayers, and you do that from various locations, but you do it so fluidly. It just absolutely struck me today. It might as well be that you're all just sitting around a table and just hand over. It's so well oiled. And I just wanted to say what a wonderful, wonderful, flow you all have.
Thank you.
Bueno, es alabando. You are very good praising, right?
No.
Praising.
It just strikes me when you watch other groups, because in the English-speaking sections we tend to be just on our own. Occasionally we have some people joining us on Zoom because we spread out so much.
Yes.
But I think that gives you sort of a special feel. Do you know what I mean? From the moment you come on, people straight away like, hello, I'm online. I mean, we get that as well a little bit, but I mean, I really felt with you guys, there's always that really close family feel. And that is really, really special.
And it came naturally, no? Ha venido natural, no? It came
naturally.
This is because of the Spanish oil, Dancho, because...
Is that what it is?
And you know that in France it's quite expensive, the olive oil.
Yes.
Then we must go and bring you.
Yes, you're telling me I need to move over.
Yes, come. You are most welcome. Thank you very much, Danchola.
Hola.
Look all after yourselves. Much love. Bye-bye, everyone. Much love. What a wonderful bunch. Seriously.
Have a nice session. Okay.
My final one. I'm done.
Oh, your final one. Wow, this is something. This time, how many you did? How many?
A few more than I had planned, because poor Sarah, she was ill.
Yes.
So I covered for poor Sarah. She had...
¿Cuántas ha hecho?
No lo ha dicho. How many altogether?
I don't know.
Anyway, we can find out. I mean,
I'm sure you're keeping a log. Their bet's going. How much is he doing this week?
Sarah, she was sick or what? Sarah?
Yes, she must have eaten something that didn't suit her. So she was quite off. And because she's doing so much and she put in a lot, you know what she's like. Whenever she does Dharma, she does it full on.
Yes.
So it's nice that she had a chance to rest today. So
you plan in Nalanda, you have a full schedule, or how you are going to celebrate Lama Duchen in Nalanda and in Chenrezig?
I'm sure we're going to have a full schedule when it arrives, So at the moment I haven't seen
it. Next week. I mean on Wednesday.
I'm just trying to get through prayer.
Yes, Dancho is concentrated in prayerathon. Yes.
Yes.
And in Chenrezig also you are going to do something special on Lama Duchen?
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do.
No, they don't do anything.
In Nalanda, never know.
No?
Just the day.
Oh, it's just a day. Oh, God. More teachings.
Anyway.
And I was hoping for a day off.
Day off of Sansara. Then go intensively to Lama Duchen. That you will have your day off. Okay, enjoy Lama Duchen, dear.
You
And see you
too.
next week.
Thank you.
Much love, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Hasta luego, Drolmi.
Thank you.
I'm telling you, these guys are killing me. No, it's always a laugh. It's really, really a laugh to have these lovely energies flowing. And look who's there. Bernard Comfort, how are you? And
Hello, Venerable Damchola. I'm
you?
very well, thank you.
It's a
How
really
are you?
Yeah, it's a nice day to finish, isn't it? So we have this lovely party atmosphere, lovely smile.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Seeing the sunrise your end, and yeah, the sun has already set here.
There.
So there's another day. So I've seen, both sides at the same time, which is great. But yeah, no, it's that's been a good day. So thank you very much. Yeah, we had some technical issues here this morning. We had internet problems here at the monastery. So yeah, I lost connection a couple of times. So, but luckily the message came through. There was a problem here. It wasn't my system, because it had just updated, and I thought like, oh no, why did I accept the update? So it was something here. So yeah, they're fixing that. So it has been fixed for now. So yeah, it's always great. But yes, it's been a great day. So how's life now at
Chenrezig?
Yeah, I take it. Shekila, when did she leave? Did she leave Tuesday or something?
She left last Tuesday.
Oh.
Yeah.
How long was she at Chenrezig?
I think 2.5 years.
Oh, is that all? I mean, that sounds a bit mean. Is that all?
I know.
It felt like she was there forever.
Yeah, it seemed like, because she did so much for Chenrezig, for nuns community. She was very, really active in many things. So she was big help for Chenrezig.
Yes, but she's now, spreading out her Dharma wings around the other centers. She's gone to Perth, isn't it?
Perth.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but see whether I can join one of her sessions when she signs up. I mean, I know she was on this morning, but yeah, I didn't get to that session. But yeah, it must be quite odd, as you said. If somebody does so much, and she seemed very well loved, and so that is but it's I'm sure
it's good for Perth also.
Yes, I mean that's the thing. You have to sometimes rejoice in that others benefit, and you have a good team over Chenrezig anyway, so you will get on, and I'm sure she wouldn't say no to visiting and popping down for the weekend. All right, when we come from that, better crack on. I only got 20 minutes left. And people are wondering, they go like, what have we signed up for? He's talking. Oh, bless Reggie. That is Ginny was really nice. She just sort of left a little message for Venerable Sarah. That's really, really nice. And so yes. Okay, just a quick version then. Okay, 20 minutes. Here we go. So if we take a moment to just recalibrate and just take a few deep breaths. And if we just recite the four immeasurables. May all beings enjoy happiness in the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering in the cause of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in a great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. We visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, the space in front of us, above the crown of your head. Again, as before, if you're following us from a different face, just visualize the deity most closely associated with love and compassion. And those of you who don't wish to engage in deities, just visualize a clear light. Visualize how the light of the Guru radiates in all 10 directions. And each light being finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, entering their bodies to the crown of their head, and filling them with purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions. Recognizing that we have contributed to the suffering mother sentient beings through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, and return, of course, suffering to ourselves. May we ask our Mother Sentient Beings for forgiveness for what we have done through so many lifetimes. And we make the pledge that from now on we will do our utmost to engage in wholesome actions that benefit all Mother Sentient Beings in order to be happy, safe, and well. And on that note, we call upon Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge. May all sentient beings, my mother, so infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. They go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother, so infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother, so infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Before we recite the Mani mantra, may we recite the praises to the Brahma Chenrezig, and by doing so, acknowledge all the 6 realms and the beings, as we said, we wish to benefit all Mother Sentient Beings. As we said, may all beings enjoy the happiness. So we acknowledge where the beings exist across the 6 realms, and we do that by reciting this prayer. And then we do Mani recitation for all the realms at the end, a few rounds. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig, I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig, I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig, I pray to you, Great Refuge and Protector Chenrezig, to you I pray, Loving Protector Chenrezig, please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, would endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, Great Protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great, a symbol of perfection. Through the power of bad actions accumulated, actually, I tell you what, we do 1 mana per realm. We have the time. Okay, so we just done the first one, the hell realms, through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning of time. With the influence of hatred, one is born in the realm of hells. The hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence. So we do 1 mana after each of the realms. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits or hungry ghosts. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O protector. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum. Throughout my existence, may I, by the deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-bell mantra, oh, Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings who will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. Mani Padme Hum. Okay, so if we now turn towards the main prayer. So I could look up to 8 minutes. So we do 3 recitations of the actual prayer now of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. So So you consider rather than just saying, okay, I do 3. So why do I want to do 3? To address the suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, the suffering of the mind. And may all beings everywhere who are sick be restored to good health. May those who have entered the body or are about to enter the body be reborn under favorable conditions. And may those who suffer hardships by other means be given whatever resources that are required to free them from that struggle and put them back into a position of happiness that is free from suffering. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, Buddhas, and the such as the harms of grass spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. And please pay attention to the lines when we say the 80,000 classes of interferers and the 360 evil spirits. And also watch what your thoughts are when you hear, Yama, the Lord of Death. All these beings are worthy of our compassion. And may all these beings find ultimate happiness and bliss and freedom. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, dedications, 4 minutes. May we dedicate to the benefit of all other sentient beings. May all other sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they encounter the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for the continued effort of keeping the flame of the Dharma alive and preserving the tradition of Buddhist community, and particularly also our tradition, the Tibetan tradition. May our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters in the lay community who, through their kind efforts and support by giving their time, expertise, and financial contributions to ensure that Dharma centers, monasteries, and events and charitable projects can flourish. May they always be connected to the Dharma and this in our future life. May we separate friend, virtuous friend, and the Sangha community and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May all our gurus, if they haven't done so already, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we benefit from the wisdom and guidance in this in our future lifetimes. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of compassion in this lifetime, and how fortunate we are to be born in human form so that we can absorb and attend and listen to his teachings in this our lifetime right now. May we never be separated from this wisdom in this and our future lifetimes. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may one day be reunited with his people in Tibet. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his wisdom has tasked us with these practices of Thangtong Gyalpo, and by doing so, not only deepened our understanding of these practices to benefit all other sentient beings, but also has brought much closer together the international community of Sangha, the IMI, and by doing so also expanded the community to all those who listen to us on YouTube, in Gompas, and other places. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life. May we always be benefiting from his wisdom and guidance in this and our future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these spiritual sections, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arising from, may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, all the numbers Buddhas and all the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long life prayers for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Ngangri Rawe Kerwe Jingamdi, Pendang Dewa Malu Jungwe, Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso Yi, Shape Sita Padu Tengyu Hochi. Tepchil Shang Jing Yam Gun Gewe, Tenzing Kan Pewe Gunzo Do Pute, Juksom Kerwe Lek Mun Puru. Thank you very much, everyone who followed me on this session throughout the day, and for all the support you've given other leads and prayerathon in the last nearly 70 weeks. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently, and the wonderful Sangha for making it all possible, and anyone who enjoys these sessions. There should be a little link in YouTube with a little donation button. If you have a few pennies you can spare to help reduce the costs of these sessions, that would be wonderful. We don't make a penny really out of it. Sangha doesn't get paid, but we have running costs with the stream. And last year, the first year that we did, we had a shortfall of 1,000. So it would be nice if you have a few pennies, but if you can't, just your continued support means a lot to us. Thank you very much indeed. And over to Penda.
Hello.
How are you? You know what? For a moment I had to think. Of
Good.
course, you're not here. Sure, you're not
No.
here. I thought I don't recognize the background.
No, I'm in the small Gompa of the White Mahakala study group, FPMT Center in Cluj in Romania. So yeah, the other side of Europe.
Yes.
How is Nalanda? How are you doing today?
What did we have? We had a misty morning, and then it came out sunny.
Okay.
We had a wobble with the internet to start off with, but it's all sorted. And we seem to be okay.
Good.
We seem to be okay.
Yes.
So needless to say, we're wondering, where the big man of Nalanda is. We miss you walking around, but it's nice to know that your skills and expertise is in demand in other places as well, and that others can benefit from your wisdom.
Yes, yeah. They have a small but nice community, very nice and kind people.
Yeah.
So I'm here for the 4th time. I don't like actually to give Dharma talks, but if, of course, like one of the types of generosity is the generosity of Dharma. So after having the benefit of received so many teachings, I also feel it as a responsibility to pass a little bit on. So yeah, I try to make it work for myself, and yeah, because these people are so nice, and Marius, the study group leader, is yeah, has a very kind heart and puts a lot of effort in yeah, getting Buddhists here started in a country where Buddhism is quite unknown, which is yeah, so yeah, where quite a lot of people are kind of conservative in their religious beliefs, and yeah, to start a Dharma group for people who are like-minded, it's very courageous, and I really would like to support that. So yeah.
And you must be doing something right, because if you were the wrong person to help under those circumstances, they wouldn't have you back for the fourth time.
No, that's
also nice to know.
That's yes. So yeah, yeah, and I try to support their projects. They have raised money for a stupa, which the money is there. So we will do a kind of blessing of the material which goes into the stupa soon. And now they also collect money for a retreat center. So I will try to see if I can help them also with raising some funds for a small retreat center outside of the city, so that the students from Cluj can go also there. So yeah, it's a big honor to help in whatever ways to spread the Dharma in the hearts, and that people can benefit from these wonderful teachings and most beneficial practice. So yeah, that's why I'm here, and yeah, so yeah, so thank you so much, Damche. You must have done a lot of slots. I did not count today.
No, it's okay. You know, it's just numbers. It's just numbers. You know, in the ocean, they're just drops in the ocean. You know, of Dharma. Yeah. So no, it's fine. I'm glad. I'm glad I can help out. You know. Good. So
no, it's so fantastic what you're doing, and thank you so much. So
no, thank you.
Thank you both.
All right. I hand over to you now.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Have a lovely stay.
Thank you very much.
Sleep well. How's Australia doing? How are you doing?
Australia is doing well. Yeah, me too. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because I read that Australia opens up a little bit the borders. So
yes, yeah, getting better.
Yeah, Melbourne had the longest lockdown of the whole world. So
yes, yeah, it was really long.
Yes, yeah. So and
finally,
I heard some changes in the Chenrezig nuns community, that 2 nuns left for West Australia to teach there. So you lost 2 community members.
Yes, but we still have many, so it's good, and also good for Perth that they have a teacher.
Yes, so, yeah. It's also one of our tasks, of course, at the end, to get teachings and also to pass it on. So yeah,
like you say, right?
Yes, yeah.
It's so beautiful. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I'm happy to be here in Romania. Next week I go to Bucharest. Yeah, then to teach there. Yeah.
So you have a tour.
A little tour, yeah, only 2 places here in Romania. There's 3 study groups. One is doing a little bit their own things, but the other 2, they cooperate quite well together. They organize these kind of teaching tours. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful! I rejoice.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, so thank you for the work you're doing for IMI, for the whole world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So, yeah. So also welcome Augusta. I don't know, there's many people maybe also on YouTube. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, so good night, wherever you are. Hope you are doing well. I hope you're healthy, not suffering yourself from COVID. We do this practice especially for all those who who are hit by the COVID practice, by the COVID pandemic. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who is a holy being with his far-reaching sight and capacities, said his practice is very, very beneficial to do for the world. Anyway, it's very, very beneficial for our own mind, to have this positive mind, which reaches out to thousands, millions others who are in need, to have this very big heart. have this love and compassion ourselves, and by doing this practice, which is a Chenrezig practice, Chenrezig was the Buddha of compassion. So by doing this practice, we become closer to Chenrezig ourselves. We strengthen this Buddha potential in us to become Buddha ourselves, and it's really very beneficial. Has many advantages doing this practice for our own practice and also for the world. So you can find on YouTube below the screen, you can find the links to the text. It's the text, the blessed prayer known as Liberating Shakya from the Seas, has 4 steps: motivation, we do the mantras on Mani Padme Hum, and we do the actual prayer, and we do the motivations. So we first, we can visualize that our heart goes out to all sentient beings, all universes. So we do this practice for all sentient beings, but then in particular for those who are hit economically, social, emotional, in the health-wise, by the COVID, or lost their father, mother. Also those who are in the Bardo who recently lost their lives. So our heart goes out to them. Like, may they have a good rebirth. May they are in a Pure Land, or again as a human being, to continue their spiritual path. So we start to taking refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. So in the outer Buddha, the historic Buddha, or our Guru, then the Dharma, the instructions of the Buddha, how to become eternally happy, how to overcome all our sufferings, all the causes of suffering, how to become, how to follow the path, which steps we have to take in order to develop this complete wisdom and complete compassionate heart called bodhicitta, that we are the whole time motivated to benefit other sentient beings. Dharma and the Sangha, those who help us on the path, we need spiritual friends. So we make also connection with our inner being. So we have this Buddha potential, so we make contact with it. We use this potential. We develop our wonderful qualities, the inner Dharma. At the end, it's about all these qualities developing, which result from our studies, reflections. Then, due to meditation, we have to strengthen our qualities of wisdom, compassion, generosity, etc. That inner Sangha. So we can visualize all sentient beings around us, and in front of us, Guru Chenrezig in the form of our teacher. His Holiness the Dalai Lama, for example, or Lama Zopa Rinpoche, or one of other teacher you have. Visualize that Guru Chenrezig, or if you have an initiation, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig. You can also visualize Chenrezig on top of your head, or your Guru on top of your head as a blessing, and looking in the same direction as you. And from there, he's doing all these actions. He has a moon cushion in his heart, and on top of this moon cushion is the letters Om Mani Padme Hum. It contains all the blessings of all the holy beings. And from the Om Mani Padme Hum, clockwise, they sent out rays of light to all sentient beings who are all around us. Sentient beings from all universes. Generally, we visualize the males on our right side, the females on our left side. So we visualize people we have difficulties with in front of us, our enemies, our so-called bad people who have killed others and so forth, or threaten us, threaten others. And behind us, our friends, those who help us in our goals, family members, those who we feel close, supported by. We can do the satis motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We can also sing this almost. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru Chidams and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru Chidams and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We do now the mantra, Mani Padme Hum. So this sends out blessings to all sentient beings, all directions, all 10 directions, to all world systems, and especially those who suffer in whatever way from the COVID pandemic. And they send blessings, purification, because all comes about due to karma. So do a few mantras together. I will also play on the background the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra from Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. We can continue this visualization and do the Om Mani Padme Hums in your own speed. Well, we get the blessings of Lama Zopa Rinpoche doing this mantra as well. So we go back to the text, to the prayers of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We do also one-time kind of chanting. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power to be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we do the dedications. Let's see if I have the text. Dedication prayers. Yeah, the link on the screen is still not good. On the YouTube, so I have not the prayers of what we usually do. So we dedicate especially to the long life of all our teachers, the FPMT Mahayana tradition, but especially also His Holiness the Dalai Lama Zopa Rinpoche, then all the Geshes who teach in the Dharma centers, to all the Sangha. So may they all have long life. May they be able to spread the Dharma in their own way, in a pure way. They benefit countless sentient beings, and they are, especially His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche's wishes. All their wishes come true without any delay, without any second. So all the all the statues they want to make, all the holy objects they want to create, all the teachings they want to give, the instructions, the hearts they want to reach with instructions for eternal happiness. So may His Holiness and Lama Zopa Rinpoche be able to travel all over the world, wherever they like, whenever they like, get visas, permissions, have no obstacles in their movements. So may all beings benefit from these activities, from these holy beings on this planet. Then we also dedicate for our own development, maybe develop quickly as soon as possible the bodhicitta mind, that we are continuously worried about other sentient beings, that we overcome our self-cherishing thought, self-centered thought, and reach enlightenment quickly. So developing all the 6 perfections. So also for all people who suffer from COVID and other diseases, cancer and other diseases all on the planet, everyone who has health problems, may they get good health, be able to practice Dharma. So for all other people who have problems, those who look for a new rebirth, those sentient beings in the bardo, those who live in areas where there's disasters, fires, earthquakes, and so forth, may they be protected, may they find a place to survive and stay. The people on this planet who have hunger, have no source of income, especially also in Nepal, India, due to having no tourists. So some friends of mine in Nepal, they have no income at all. It's very serious, the impact of COVID for the lives of whole families, villages, towns. So may they find peace in their heart, may they bring this unfortunate situation into their path and reach enlightenment quickly. Thank you so much. I think it's time to hand over. Who's after me? It's Damche again.
No, it's Lectron.
Good morning. It's me. Sorry, I had not
yes.
So nice to see you.
Good night. Good morning, afternoon.
Good morning.
Where are you?
I'm in Australia.
Oh,
Melbourne. Yeah.
You're still
I wasn't able to go back to Sri Lanka, so I'm here.
Oh, you're on your way back to Sri Lanka now?
Well, I can't go yet.
Oh.
Not allowed to travel. So
yes.
Yeah, I'm happy to sit it out for a while because Sri Lanka is a little bit difficult at this time. So yeah.
But why are you not in Chenrezig Institute anymore?
I wasn't in Chenrezig. I was always in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, I know you were always in Sri Lanka, but since you were in Australia, you were always in Chenrezig, isn't it?
No, I was never in Chenrezig. Rinpoche told me to be in Bendigo when I'm not at Atisha Center.
Atisha Center, yes.
I'm not at Atisha Center right now.
No.
I'm actually at my daughter's house in Melbourne right now.
You have a daughter there. That's why, yes, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, no, fantastic. Is there any news about the new nunnery in Bendigo?
Yes, I think we're submitting. We are submitting our final plans to the Planning Council. Yeah.
So they have been submitted now. They have been submitted. Yeah.
They haven't been submitted yet. It's getting refined and redrawn, and the land keeps changing. Because of the fire restrictions, we have had to change many fire regulations. We have had to change the location several times.
Okay, thank you so much for the update.
Yeah,
thank
you.
And thank you for being on the prayerathon. I hope many people are waiting for your prayers, doing the prayers with you. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Best wishes from Romania. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Good morning from Melbourne, Australia. So we take a moment to set our positive motivation for the prayers. This morning, Melbourne has come out of lockdown. So we are waiting to see what that means, and they are expecting COVID numbers to rise as a result. So there's, much to celebrate, and also much people are still very concerned about health and well-being. And that is the case for many countries. And where I come from, Sri Lanka, is also in a similar situation with many, many problems. So we'll bring our mind to why we are doing these prayers, to transform these current conditions of such hardship into a condition of peace and prosperity and good health. I'd like to start by doing the method to transform a suffering life into happiness. Rinpoche has recommended that we do this every day, and because it's the morning, and for additional inspiration to develop our bodhicitta, we'll recite this prayer. So this is to be able to transform our all ordinary activities using our body, speech, and mind, all our hearing, thinking, and meditating, as well as walking, sitting, sleeping, doing our jobs, and they don't become causes of any suffering, instead become the causes of happiness. So it's a wonderful opportunity to start, if you're in Australia, to start with that motivation. Even while doing ordinary activities that we have to perform, it can become a Dharma activity through our attitude. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all holy Dharma, of scripture and realization, principle of all Aryas, intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Nosang and Bodhisattva, always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the suffering of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. In dependence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or a human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara. Because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara, and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. In dependence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the six paramitas, and so on. And this verse is quite dear to my heart because I was born in a Theravadan country and practiced Theravada Buddhism until I was 36 years old. So I was seeking self-liberation. And then had I not read a book by His Holiness, I wouldn't have come across Mahayana Buddhism. So I'm really and living in Sri Lanka and having discussions about this particular self-liberation or the Mahayana Buddhahood, I understand it's very difficult once you set on the path for self-liberation to think about the great vehicle. So I consider myself extremely fortunate to actually have found Mahayana path. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of these degenerate times. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. So with that great inspirational prayer, and just really consolidating bodhicitta in our hearts to become enlightened for all the sentient beings who are unable to do so, who are needing help, who have no refuge, and are very confused at present as to what is happening when all their hopes have been dashed, when they have done all the right things according to what in the conventional way, and then such great disappointment comes without any warning, where they are very unprepared. So there's much fear and grief. And we are doing these prayers, supplicating Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, and recalling the Mahasiddha's qualities, that what he demonstrated through his practice, what he achieved, longevity. He is free from all kinds of sufferings. And then he used all his capacities to benefit beings. So just imagining Thangtong Gyalpo and remembering that Thangtong Gyalpo Mahasiddha is none other than our Guru, or the essence of all the Buddhas, that we supplicate Thangtong Gyalpo and ask for blessings and ask for his help to transform these conditions with his blessings. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So now we recite the mantra of Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara, several times. As we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, we'll visualize 1000 Nam Chenrezig above our heads. And also visualizing our loved ones, all the females, starting with our mother of this life, on our left and the father on our right, whether they are alive or passed, and then all the other relatives and friends on left and right. And then expanding this visualization to include all the suffering beings in this human realm, particularly remembering countries that have been hit mostly by COVID, and also all the other countries who are having other difficulties like the environmental. Really, it is the whole world that is facing this threat of environmental sufferings through environmental degradation, threat of war, all of these sufferings that people are facing, loss and hardship, we remember them all. And then remember all of the other 5 realms beings in human form are surrounding us. So we think about all of them being purified as we recite the mantra, Arya Avalokiteshvara's heart, nectar emanating, and just falling on the heads of each and every being. And their minds and bodies being purified. While we do this visualization, we'll do the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. I'd like to recite a mantra, Om Vajrape, Vajrama mantra as well. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso, Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso, Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso, Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso. Om Vajrape, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso. Vajrape, Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso. Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavaripe, Nampashiknaganantayata, Sarvabritahana, Hana Vajna Rakshrajaso. Black Manjushri Mantra. Om Cha Sadu 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 Misa Nigola Chakala Jakam Sham Cha Se Soha. Om Cha Sadu 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 Misa Nigola Chakala Jakam Sham Cham Se Soha. Om Cha Sadu 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 Misa Nigola Chakala Jakam Sham Bape Soha. Om Cha Sadu 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 Misa Nigola Chakala Jakam Sham Bape Soha. Om Cha Sadu 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 Misa Nigola Chakala Jakam Sham Bape Soha. Dusa Dumisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba 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 Soha. Trasa dusa du dosa du misa nigola jakala jakam chamba peso. So we'll imagine, just visualize that these prayers really pleased Arya Avalokiteshvara. And through the nectar that all of us had the privilege of getting in the form of blessings, that all beings are completely purified of all the obscuration and negative karma that gives rise to these very harsh, difficult conditions. The current and the future are completely purified. And just we'll take a minute to visualize ourselves and all beings clean, clear, crystal-like. Now visualize Arya Chenrezig dissipate into steam-like quality substance and falls on our head and enters our bodies through the crown of our head. Now we are fortunate enough to be endowed with all the qualities of wisdom and compassion of Chenrezig. So we'll go to the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I'll do one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just recalling that we are dedicating these prayers, particularly thinking about, for myself, people in Sri Lanka who are going through terrible hardships, and some girls in a shelter that I support having terrible difficulties that I'm trying to help. So I want to dedicate to the legal process that we are undertaking to be successful. And Medicine Buddha statue that Rinpoche wants built in Sri Lanka to be 15-meter statue to be actualized, and all these difficulties of people experiencing to be transformed in the world immediately, and for all our gurus to have long life and to continue to guide us until samsara ends. So may the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Lama Zopa Rinpoche's prayer. We'll just seal it with emptiness, recalling three empties. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So I once again rejoice in being able to help the Sangha spread around the world to be able to do these prayers. And now I hand over to Venerable Thubten.
Hello, Venerable Electron. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, I think we met once before.
Did we? I'm so sorry for not remembering.
No, that's okay. It's a long while ago. Yeah. Are you in Nepal? Where are you?
Right now I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina in the United States.
Oh, North Carolina. Okay, yeah. Right. Yeah. Wonderful. But were you in Nepal at some point or no?
Yes. Okay. I was at Kopan's nunnery for quite a while.
Oh, yes. That's right. Okay. That's how I kind of remember. Yeah.
Yes.
How are things in North Carolina?
Pretty good, I would say overall. Yeah.
That's good. I have a daughter in New York, so I get quite a bit of news.
Right.
Yeah. But,
I was going to ask you, I heard you talking about the projects you're doing when you were dedicating. And I just wonder if people want to support like the statue or your efforts, how would they get more information, how to help?
Yes, look, I'm putting together something which we're in the process of building a little structure in Sri Lanka, like a little shrine or like a little enclosure to be able to keep the prototype of Sitigaba statue and the Medicine Buddha statue. So I'm actually just getting together the plans, and then I will send something around to FPMT. I have just actually, thank you for asking that, because I have really not understood that I have this FPMT to like turn to, and I'm just plugging away by myself, which is very silly. So that's actually really opened it up, and I'm like, how would just only sort of working in a very localized kind of way. So I need to learn to expand, because I've been hidden away kind of in Sri Lanka and for all this sort of like nearly 7 years, and it's just very hard to get my mind out of like, you're not alone, just like there's this bigger organization and quite a lot of help. So thank you so much for helping me connect with that, and I will get something ready and send out. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. I look forward to seeing it, because we are one big family and help each other. So yeah, I'd love to see about what you're doing.
I have to remember that. Thank you.
All right.
Over to you. Thank you.
Prayers. Yes. Take care. Bye.
You too. Bye.
So welcome to anyone who is joining. We're saying prayers in our 24-hour prayer-a-thon to pacify COVID and bring happiness to all sentient beings. And so we're following the advice of our precious Guru and Spiritual Director of FPMT, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, that this is the best support that the IMI Sangha of FPMT can provide during this time. So we're happy to all be taking turns and saying these prayers, and happy that people are joining us on YouTube, and that it's a way of keeping our community connected and really sending out good energy literally all around the world. So it's really, as I said, wonderful for anyone who is joining in. And so I'm going to share on my screen the prayer and an image of 1,000-armed Chenrezig to helping, so you don't have to worry about moving between devices. And we'll go ahead and start with just a little bit of meditation to calm the mind and help us focus on the practice. So we don't have very long because we only have a half-hour slot. But just for a moment, really settle into your seat and just focus on any sensation that you might be feeling at the moment in your body. We'll do a little bit of mindfulness of sensation. And it's not a time for diagnosing. It's not a time for labeling. It's just noticing where there's sensation. And you might notice the differences in the various sensations, as well as how they change as you pay attention to them. There's nothing else you need to be doing right now. You can just give this activity your full attention. There's nothing else to be worrying about, planning for. And as we settle down the mind from our worldly activities and attachments, we can set our motivation. And here is a time when it's really useful to think about all the suffering that we know is happening. And because we're saying these prayers specifically for COVID, that's a place to start, of thinking about all the people who have died from COVID and are in the bardo, all the people who are still getting sick with COVID, all their family and friends who are worried about them and who might be getting sick themselves, all of the lockdowns that are still happening, and the way that people's minds are so upset over vaccines and masks, so much confusion about even just the most simple steps we can take to help protect each other. And we can really wish that they be free of all that suffering, all sufferings of body and mind. And not only that, but anyone who's sick, anyone whose body is suffering, and anyone whose mind is disturbed or deluded by ignorance. And not just human beings, but all the animals and all the beings we may not know about. Any sentient being with a mind May they be free of any suffering of body and mind, and may this practice create the causes for that to happen. Understanding that the real mechanics of how things work is cause and effect. We're creating very positive causes that may all sentient beings attain enlightenment, which is that state free from all suffering and of ultimate happiness. And so let's say this motivation prayer 3 times with refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so have a clear image, if you can, of a 1,000-armed Chenrezig. There's an image here on the screen to help you. And if you're not really familiar with a 1,000-armed Chenrezig or familiar enough to generate an image in your mind, at least try and get the feeling that 1,000-armed Chenrezig is there, a body of white light. And this presence of perfect love and kindness and wisdom, seeing how things truly exist, wanting to help all sentient beings. And imagine that from 1,000-armed Chenrezig, beams of light shine out, entering all sentient beings. You can imagine them as human beings surrounding you, filling space. The white light enters the crown of their heads, purifying any seeds of suffering, any seeds of ignorance, and completely eliminating COVID. As we say the mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, Om mani. Padme hum, Om mani. Mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani. Mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. As you continue to say the mantra, keep remembering to refresh the visualization as much as you can. The thousand-armed Chenrezig sending out these beams of light, purifying all sentient beings of all their suffering and sources of suffering. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. And still holding that visualization as best you can. We say the actual prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, or other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now, be so delighted that you and all sentient beings are completely purified of all suffering, all seeds of future suffering of body and mind. And all of your minds are one with Chenrezig, abiding in emptiness. Seeing that all phenomena are empty of any inherent existence. Thousand-armed Chenrezig is so pleased with you, he comes to the crown of your head, facing the same direction, melts into white light and absorbs into you. And then we can say these dedication verses. To actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta that is not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. To realize emptiness, samsara nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying, I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory, especially for the sick and those with COVID. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. And then we want to seal these merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we'll say the long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Oh, and what a treat. I get to see my friend Venerable Tendrin.
Hello, how are you today?
I'm good, how are you?
Thank you.
That's fine.
What is this lovely backdrop behind you?
It's my altar at home.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so, yeah.
And you're well?
I'm fine.
I've been hearing all kinds of good things about your class on the new FPMT program.
So, yeah, we just finished the first module and we start the second one in 2 weeks on exploring meditation. So, any news for you?
I'm supposed to hear something this week.
Okay.
So, thank you.
They all go well.
Tara tu so.
Right. How are you? Have you seen? Well, I can't talk about it, at least in front of the whole world. So, but anyway, send my love to all involved.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
I know she's very happy. So many people are praying for her and David all around, so yes, thank you so much.
Oh, all right.
All right. See you.
Bye. See you soon, like sometime next life, maybe.
Hopefully not that long, but.
Oh, well, all right. Take good care. Hope it's all good news.
Thank you.
All right. So let's take a moment to refresh our visualization. Really imagining that, actually, we really are surrounded by all sentient beings. So really bring that to mind, that all around us are suffering sentient beings. And we have the great good fortune to have the resources, the causes and conditions, to have leisure time, to have the advice of our teacher, to have something we can do for others. All these suffering sentient beings that surround us. So bring those that you have a strong connection to, karmic connection to, your loved ones, your Dharma community. Imagine them close by, sitting here with you. I'll be leading them all in these prayers, and we're doing them on their behalf, particularly for all those suffering from the pandemic in whatever way they're suffering, that they've recently passed away, whether they're currently ill from the COVID, whether they have a loved one who's sick, whether you're healthcare providing, taking care of those who are sick. All the people, all the different workers in hospitals, all those people wishing they could find a bed in a hospital for their loved ones. All those searching for oxygen tanks. All those praying to receive vaccines. Russia has gone into lockdown today. So around the world, people are struggling. There's also many lost jobs due to this pandemic. Many beings whose isolation really harmed them mentally. And of course, this leaves out all the people who are suffering due to famine or to floods or earthquakes or volcanoes or wars. So we're extremely fortunate that we can say these prayers on all these suffering sentient beings' behalf. How lucky we are. There are any particular people that you want to say these prayers for, bring them to mind. Now imagine in the space in front, there's a large jeweled throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which is a seat of a variegated lotus, moon, and sun mandala. On top of these sits the essence of our own root gurus and the aspect of the conqueror Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold. He has a Upanisha on top of his head, 1 face, 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth. His left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light, and he sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. He looks upon us with eyes of compassion and love. Very pleased that we're doing these practices on the behalf of others, that we're following the advice of our teachers. His only wish is to lead us to the state beyond sorrow as quickly as possible. Surrounding him are the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, Buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, host of Dharma protectors and guardians. And in front of each of these holy beings, on a faultless throne, sits the Dharma, the form of text having the nature of light. Feel very strongly that you're in the presence of your teachers, of enlightened beings who understand and accept you just as you are. and who is always working to help you reach the state beyond sorrow. So in this life, we've received a perfect human rebirth, and we're using it meaningfully at this moment by putting into practice our teacher's advice. So on behalf of all these suffering sentient beings, we're turning to these enlightened beings to rely upon them, to find refuge, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, our Buddha potential. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddhas. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now imagine that all the yidams and bodhisattvas and direct and indirect lineage lamas, the entire refuge field dissolves into light, absorbing up into the Shakyamuni Buddha's throne, which dissolves into light and absorbs up into Shakyamuni Buddha, who comes to the crown of all of our heads, all these sentient beings surrounding us. Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light, pours down through the crown of our head, purifying all the causes for suffering, filling us with only the causes of happiness, where he takes a seat at our heart. Now imagine in the space in front, thousand-armed Chenrezig arises. Chenrezig is the embodiment of all the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom, stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful and decorated with magnificent jewels. Now, while we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can imagine these rays of light extending out from Chenrezig's heart, reaching all the sentient beings around us, reaching our hearts, completely eliminating all of our causes of suffering, bringing us exactly what we need for all temporary and ultimate happiness. Chenrezig's looking upon us with eyes of compassion. So refresh your visualization of all those you're concerned for. All those suffering sentient beings, wherever they may be. So we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum for about 5 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme. Also recite the prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of this world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just think that Chenrezig is extremely pleased with us, so we can rejoice in our efforts to benefit sentient beings, fulfilling the advice of our teachers, trying to generate the mind of bodhicitta to bring us closer to enlightenment. Imagine that thousand-armed Chenrezig dissolves into light and absorbs into each of us, purifying all negativities, filling us with all the causes for happiness, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. And while we've been saying these prayers, doing our efforts for others, we can rejoice in the efforts of others. You know, all the people out there that in this moment and in the past 15 minutes have been doing countless actions of kindness, of generosity, patience, have been, you know, utilizing their wisdom. It's really wonderful. All these manifestations of their Buddha potential, our Buddha nature, happening in every moment. And of course, all the efforts of enlightened beings, all the enlightened activity of all the Buddhas. So we can rejoice in all the virtues of ordinary and holy beings, and in particular, of course, for our teachers, guiding us patiently to enlightenment. So we're dedicating these prayers to all suffering sentient beings, particularly those suffering from this pandemic. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of our merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored in finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and may people think of benefiting each other. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by us, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other and their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. And then for the long, healthy, happy lives of our teachers, for His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech. May you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long, happy, healthy life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Hello, hello. Hello, Yeshi.
Good morning, Venerable Tendrin.
Hello.
Oh, Venerable Rapdro too.
Oh, look at all these wonderful nuns. So, and thank you, Chenrezig Nuns Community, for helping us out, and the Chenrezig Institute, not to be biased there. So,
yes. No, absolutely.
I'll leave it to you. So,
thank you, Venerable Tendrin. That was lovely. Beautiful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So good morning from Chenrezig Institute. Yes, we've got a very, very hot spring day coming along today. And good morning, Venerable Rapdro in Sydney. What a delight to see you. How wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. So we'll start our week. We'll just set a motivation for this session. Start by cultivating our motivation, rejoicing in the opportunity we have to receive the teachings of the Buddha, being thankful that from last week to this week, we haven't been born in the lower realms or lost our precious human life. Even through the distractions of our worldly life, we haven't forgotten about the Dharma. We have the opportunity to listen and contemplate so many teachings online and face-to-face. This opportunity is something to feel fortunate about, having it and not taking it for granted. Generating a strong intention to make good use of our lives to benefit others rather than just concerning ourselves with our own self-cherishing. Being determined to use that motivation to benefit all living beings in a way that is most effective so that we can all attain enlightenment. Really create and share that intention with affection, love, care, and compassion towards everyone. It's not about tolerance, but rather genuinely care about what happens to others and want to work for their benefit. So as we go about today with family, friendship, community, take a moment to share and reflect on the insights, experiences, and wisdom of those around us. Let us remind ourselves of how blessed we all are. In a world around us, there are many who are suffering and face immediate and present dangers, harrowing hardships, and the gravest of challenges. It's time now to focus our thoughts of compassion and practice loving kindness to ourselves, but especially to all those around us. As we develop this deep feeling of concern and love, keep our parents, teachers, gurus, friends, enemies, and strangers in mind. Wish the thought that all may be well. May we all be happy. May we all have peace in our lives. May no one come to harm, and may we harm no one. May we all have patience, courage, understanding, and determination to meet and overcome inevitable difficulties, problems, and challenges in life. So throughout this session, we just recall those words, really feel what they mean, and we'll now begin the actual session. Address speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we'll recite some malas of Om Mani Padme Hum, and we'll start together and then continue silently. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Returning to the text, we'll recite the actual prayer 3 times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll recite some more malas around Mani Padme Hum, and again we'll start together and then continue silently. And just drawing on the motivation again as we recite these malas, and remembering that these prayers are for all sentient beings to be well and for all sentient beings to be happy, those we know, those we don't know, people that we're yet to meet, and strangers, enemies, our parents, our gurus, all people affected by the pandemic, by famine, by war. Just really bring to mind that feeling of compassion and generate that towards all sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani We'll return to the text and we'll recite the actual prayer again 3 times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus in the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And once again, as we recite some Mani Padme Hum malas, think about the words we are reciting in the actual prayer. If you have the text and you can read and recite at the same time, just really contemplate what we're praying for here, bring it to mind, and of course generate that compassion again to all sentient beings. Start together and then continue silently. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Recite the prayers, again the actual prayer together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Sealing the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Dedication prayers. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life and happiness of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honouring the three sublime ones, saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. Lovely to see you. Thank you.
Lovely to see you, Venerable Rabdrol. How's Sydney?
It's a bit overcast today and a bit cool, but you know, it's up and down, but it's fine. Yeah, yeah. And you're well up there. Yeah, okay.
Very, very well. We've got a very hot sunny day, 35 forecast, so very warm.
Thank you.
And good morning, Venerable Kadro.
Hi, Venerable Yeshi, Venerable Rabdrol.
I'm sorry, I have to go, but thank you. I'll see you another time.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's begin our next session of the prayer-a-thon for this week. Reciting prayers and mantras and making dedications for the benefit of all living beings, especially those affected by COVID. So we'll take a few minutes to start with to generate a really positive motivation for doing these prayers and mantras. So let the mind become calm and clear, free of other thoughts, focused on what we are doing. And then bring into your mind, into your heart, as much compassion and love, altruism, bodhicitta that you are able to. Really try to open up your heart, your mind to all living beings with the understanding that all living beings are basically just like us, wanting to be happy, to have good experiences, wanting to not be unhappy or have any pain, difficulties, bad experiences. So we're all exactly the same in that way. And in the mind of a Buddha or Bodhisattva, there's not the slightest discrimination, bias. All living beings are equally loved and cared for by the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. They see no reason to discriminate, to like some more than others, and to reject or abandon certain beings, even the ones who do terrible things, who cause a great deal of suffering and destruction. So all living beings are held with love and compassion, dear to the heart of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So it's difficult for us to feel that way, but we can aspire to feel that way. We can see the value, the benefit in really opening up our heart to all living beings and seeing them all as worthy of our care, our love, our compassion, our wish to benefit them. the best way to benefit them is by attaining enlightenment, Buddhahood. Then we'll have the maximum amount of ability and qualities with which we can help others. But it takes time to reach enlightenment. In the meantime, we just do as much as we can to help others and keep working, creating the causes for enlightenment. So if you can feel comfortable with that idea, working for enlightenment to help all living beings, then make that the motivation for doing these prayers. If it's difficult to really feel the wish to reach enlightenment, or that it's possible for you to do that, then just try to have as much altruism as you can. For example, I really want to make my life beneficial for others. I want to do as much as I can to help others in my life. And so I want to develop these good qualities of love and compassion, wisdom, and so on, so that I can be more and more helpful to others. And this is one thing we can do to help others, reciting these prayers and mantras. So to whatever extent you're able to, generate an altruistic intention for doing these prayers, wishing to benefit all living beings. And while we recite the prayers, you can, if you're able to, imagine all living beings around you. They're all in human form, sitting quietly, peacefully, and joining us in these prayers. And receiving the benefit of doing these prayers along with us. And imagine in front of us is the Buddha, Shakyamuni Buddha. And around him, many other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, such as the Buddhas we're going to be reciting the mantras of, Chenrezig, Tara, Manjushri, and so on. So we begin by taking refuge from the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Shakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So you can imagine him there in front of us. While we recite the mantra, rays of white light radiate from him in all directions, and they go to ourselves and all sentient beings. Every sentient being in the universe gets filled with this light from Chenrezig's heart. It's the light of his compassion and wisdom. And it purifies us of all of our negative karma and defilements, delusions, and so on. So the causes of suffering and also the suffering itself. So all negative things get purified by this white light. And it also nourishes our positive potential. The seeds of good qualities and realizations that lie within our minds, so they get nourished, so they can grow, and those good qualities will grow, will increase in our minds. Imagine this happening while we recite the mantra. We'll do it out loud for half a mala, and then continue silently for a total of 3 malas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme, 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om. Now we'll recite the mantra of Tara, which was recommended by His Holiness the Dalai Lama for COVID. So again, imagine Tara in the space in front of us among the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. And again, light is radiating from Tara into ourselves and all sentient beings throughout the universe. She's like a mother looking after all of us like her children that she completely loves and cares for and is always there for us to help us in whatever way we need help. So imagine this light filling us and again, purifying all the suffering and causes of suffering and nourishing our positive potential, the seeds that will grow into positive qualities and realizations. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Om Tare Tutare Ture 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 Soha. Om Tare Tutare out. Om Tare Tutare Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. And the next mantra we'll do is that of Black Manjushri, who's this mantra is also recommended for illness, for diseases, to clear away those. So, so we'll recite that mantra just 21 times. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Chocolate Outcome Shamtam Babies. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Chocolate Outcome Shamtam Babies. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Chocolate Outcome Shamtam Babies. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Chocolate Outcome Shamtam Babies. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Chocolate Outcome Shamtam Babies. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Chocolate Outcome Shamtam Babies. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Chocolate Outcome Shamtam Babies. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Chocolate Outcome Shamtam Babies. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Chocolate Outcome Shamtam Babies. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Shamtam Babies. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Chocolate Outcome Shamtam Babies. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Outcome Shamtam Babies. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Chocolate Outcome Shamtam Babies. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Chocolate Outcome Shamtam Babies. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Chocolate Outcome Shamtam Babies. Om Trasu Chusa Dirtisidur Missing Chocolate Outcome Shamtam Babies. Soha. And now the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all the embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So I'll read it one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now I'll read the dedication verses from Shantideva's Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain a notion of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvest. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And now all the merits accumulated during this session, but also we can think of all the merit accumulated by all beings, ordinary beings, and Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, past, present, and future. So a huge amount of merit. So we dedicate this merit in the following way. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantbhadra too realize things as they are, I too dedicate all these merits in the best way, so that I may follow the perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best by the victorious ones thus gone of the 3 times, so I might perform good works. Then We'll dedicate as well to the long lives of all spiritual teachers, especially His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, but we can also mentally think of all spiritual teachers and dedicate for their long lives, and all their work and activities will be successful just as they wish. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig Gyalpo, please remain until samsara ends. The savior of the snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the holder of the lotus, Lord Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And finally, to protect our merit from being damaged by anger, wrong views, and so on, let's remember emptiness. So by these merits, which are empty of existing inherently, independently from their own side, but are merely labeled by the mind, may the I, who is empty of existing inherently, independently, but merely labeled by the mind, quickly reach enlightenment, which is empty of existing inherently, independently from its own side, but labeled by the mind, and lead all living beings who are also empty of inherent existence to that state of enlightenment as well. Okay, finished. And Venerable Angie.
It's me again.
Again, nice to see you.
You too. You've got a different backdrop this week. That's the Sravasti Gompa, yeah?
Oh, no, I always use.
Yeah.
Last week I was in a different room, so I didn't get this background. Somebody else was using this room.
Oh, I see, right.
I like this one. Okay. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Okay. Let's just take a moment to generate a positive motivation. So just reminding ourselves the purpose of our life is, since we're in samsara, that we recognize we're under the control of dark karma and delusions, then the purpose of our life becomes to free ourselves from karma and delusions, to free ourselves from all suffering and the causes of suffering. And by doing that, be able to then free all sentient beings from suffering and causes of suffering. So that's the ultimate purpose of life, to achieve, if not at least with this precious human life, a good future rebirth. And then the next motivation is, the higher motivation is to achieve the liberation from samsara. And even higher than that, by with all our actions becoming the cause of freeing all sentient beings from suffering and causes of suffering, bodhicitta, to achieve enlightenment for all sentient beings. So with the thought embracing all sentient beings as being our mother, our kind mother, or kind father, friend, relative in past lives. They've been infinitely kind from us to us in many, many past lives. So with that thought, we're going to do all these prayers to pray that all sentient beings from now on are protected from, especially the suffering of the COVID disease and all the variations, the immediate sufferings, any harm from fire, water, earth, wind, the elements, all the dangers that we see in the world right now, for them, those also to be pacified. And also to be free from famine, disease, and war, danger, weapons, all the immediate sufferings, as well as the deeper sufferings of samsara. So we try to feel that not only myself, but all sentient beings, all the kind mothers, be free of that by us reciting these prayers and mantras, Om Mani Padme Hum, together. So I'm going to recite the prayer for liberating Sakya from disease 4 times along some Om Mani Padme Hums. And then also the one for pacifying fear of famine and dangers of weapons by Thangtong Gyalpo. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis, we go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, dakinis, we go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, dakinis, we go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. All diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harm of spirits, sickness and ailments, illness and ailments not occur in the realms of the worlds. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like which lead any being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic and other infectious diseases, a mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they're being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 306 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and the triple gem, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own mind, the Dhammakai. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own mind, the Dhammakai. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakai. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening diseases that, like habitually leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all body beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, in your sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 306 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with all life, with health and well-being. With the compassion of gurus and the triple gem, with the power of dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and with the strength and infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhamma. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhamma. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhamma. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum. All diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. But whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like habitual leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Null embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, and your sound of whose names terrifies beings, is only being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. Null embodied beings being harmed with 8,000 class of harmful interferences, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. With whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Recite one more time this prayer. All sentient beings, equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh mani padme hum. All the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like habitual leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. All embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. All embodied beings being harmed by 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. With whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and the body and mind of radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, with the power of the Kinyas, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. And then we'll recite the words of truth, pacifying the dangers of weapons. Oh, mani padme hum. Great loving, victorious one, eye displaying compassionate, eye looking one. Wrathful, victorious, eye griever, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge, whose holy name illuminates all dangers upon me, hearing your compassionate nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings, the time of quarrelling and of flourishing of the 5 generations are tormented by fighting time and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great rain, nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrated beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and suspicions to increase, by they recognize each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the singing beings who have died and more from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives, and to know sicknesses, to stop all the quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvests to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all inhabitants and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure nature, and betraying cause and result, which is the ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And a request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assembly of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, healers, and Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of 10 direction, the actual of gods, Lord of treasure, along with your retinues. Think of these protectless living beings at degenerate times of love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings, who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth on this world's land of souls. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of loving compassion, may the reign of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. Okay, so we'll do some dedications. Nage banam gyurshi, yevanyam bamedayam, gonne gondu belvarshu. And then a prayer, brief long life prayer for His Holiness. Chitengam di pende malba. Ganle jume Sambe Yeshino Karin Zume Tenzing Yatsojo Kuse Tenji Du Shelundru. And for His Holiness's wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled, Saviour of the land has no teachings, and transmigratory beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And we'll do the prayer for His Holiness, for His Holiness's prayers for Tibet to be fulfilled, composed by nuns of Kyabje. And also the prayers for His Holiness, remembering the kindness of His Holiness Dalai Lama and Tibetan people by Rinpoche. The object of refuge of myself and of all transmigratory beings in all our lifetimes is the embodiment of the three rare sublime ones, the all-encompassing three refuges in one, the Guru, the wish-granting jewel, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the Master Padmasambhava, the Dharma King Zonzen Gampo and Treason Detson, the Abbot Shantarakshita and the numberless holy beings who preserved and spread the Buddha Dharma in Tibet, and the Tibetan people who practice and serve Buddhism so faithfully for 1,000 years, as well as those, along with many others, died sacrificing lives for Tibetan's holiness. May all their positive wishes be fulfilled immediately. Due to limitless kindness, the sun of Tibetan Buddhism has now risen in the west, which is a dark land. But now that I've met with the Dharma, I've received a perfect human body, enabling me to lead a meaningful life. Our refuge and saviour, the Supreme One, His Holiness Dalai Lama, and the Tibetan people have been so kind to us. Remembering this, we make the following dedicating prayers. May all His Holiness's wishes be successful immediately. May the snow land of Tibet achieve pure freedom. May the Buddha Dharma develop even more than before in Tibet, and may all the mother transmigrated beings achieve enlightenment quickly. And then the long life prayer composed by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Through illuminating all your appearance dispels the darkness, your clear mind knows the 84,000 heats of Dharma, the power of the remedy to the 84,000 illusions. You're proclaiming dependent arising self as victorious in battle with the Maras. I worship the supremely great Vajradhara on my crown. Clarifying the scriptures and realizations, the teaching of Muni. You spread and illuminate those teachings wherever they have not spread in the world. Having become an actual son of the conquerors, you bear hardship with patience, and with continuing realization of perfection of wisdom, subtle dependent arising. Precious jewel, Lord, possessing loving compassion, He liberates upon seeing, treasury of mastery of the all arising interpretive and definitive scriptures. Supremely great among the great, fully comprehending and clarifying the meaning of emptiness and compassion, You guide all beings in the path to liberation. Perfectly qualified spiritual friend, my Guru, please remain forever. She protects me and fears the 3 times Ayatara. Please increase the lifespan and activities of beings who preserve the Holy Dharma, and may, and always without separation, develop their spontaneous actions by the fallible deities, the 3 roots, may all be auspicious. And then we'll do the multiplying mantras. Chomdende Dejinje Bara Jomba Yanda Basobe Sange Namba Nansi Yogi Gabola Shakse Janju Zemba Zemba Jambo Gindu Zambola Shakse Nida Menja Giva Babadine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha Dayada Menja Giva Babadine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha Dayada Om Menja Giva Babadine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamiki Soha Dayada Om Menjagriva Avapodini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamiki Soha Dayada Om Menjagriva Avapodini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamiki Soha Dayada Om Menjagriva Avapodini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamiki Soha Jomdende Deshin Shevara Jombaya Taba Sobe Sangi Mengele Pichira Uki Kapola Shakse Jamdende Deshin Shevara Taba Sobe Sangi no Wanda Monlam Tanjira Jujubi Kapola Shakse. Due to the blessings of the victorious ones and their sons, the truth of infallible dependent arising, and the power of my pure special attitude taking responsibility, may all the aims of my pure prayers be accomplished. And we do final dedication and emptiness, due to these merits, the mental lobes of Bodhisattvas and all sentient beings and eye 3 times, which are empty from their own side, with the eye which is empty from its own side. Quickly achieve enlightenment, which is empty from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are empty from their own side to that enlightenment by myself alone, which is empty from its own side. Thank you. Thank you.